Ladies and gentlemen, a very good welcome here from Belgium, where we are following the Antwerp Port Epic Life race. As you can see, we're going through the tunnel under the River Schelde, which is famous for Antwerp, of course, with its harbor. The harbor that had 240 million tons of traffic in the container world, which is quite large for a port. This is the tunnel underneath the Schelde, which is actually called the Rabbit's Hole, and it will take us to the other side of the river, and then soon we will have the official start of the race. The River Schelde, of course, which is very important to the city of Antwerp. It's like a life vein going through it, dividing the city into two parts, the left and the right side. And the red building in front of us is the Maas Museum, which holds very important collections of art. It's very important now too. It became very important to the skyline of Antwerp. And what you see next to it is actually a yacht harbor, which will take you right into the city center of Antwerp. In a walking distance, there's lots of restaurants and bars and pubs. It's really the newest place to be in and around Antwerp. At this time, the ladies are also riding the Antwerp Port Epic race. And they are well underway. The ladies that started a little bit earlier than the men. And that race is full on swing. Had a big accident right after the start race. But everybody's well on their way now. Nothing too serious happened. And this is the sights that we're seeing from Antwerp, with a very beautiful cathedral in the middle, the skyline of Antwerp, and underneath you see the castle, just below the castle, which is called Het Steen, which is very important also for the city. You can do really great walking tours starting from there, and it will take you all to the historical city of Antwerp. Of course, very famous with the painters that they had, Rubens, Van Dyck, just to name a few. And it's really worth visiting this town when you're in Belgium. We're more or less now, what we see, the man through the window is Nico Matan. He's the race leader. And the gentleman in the truck driving is Ben Siemens. Ben Siemens, which is the man behind the race, and for many years, not only the Antwerp Port Epic, but also many other races in and around Antwerp, which are organized by him and his team. They always bring a beautiful race to the region of Antwerp, and especially the Antwerp Port Epic, of course. The Antwerp Port Epic is part of the Lotto Cycling Cup. And the next race will be the Van Merkenstein Fences Classic, which will be held in a week's time. Then we'll have the Duracell race, which is at the 10th of June. We have the Euroshop race on the 11th of June. And then the last few ones is the Circuit Franco-Belge on the 28th of June. And we end the Championship of Flanders at 15th of December. These are the Lotto Cycling Cups that we still will be getting to see. We're here at the what we call the left bank linkeroever. It's called for the people here in Antwerp. There's what you see is the working to connect the Antwerp ring to the other side and to reduce traffic. The works have been going on for many years, but finally they're getting there. They just opened up a brand new piece not so long ago, And my colleague Danny, who's actually on the Dutch channel right now, he could tell you everything about that. But there's a lot of building construction going on about a new tunnel which will be put in place very soon. Those parts are being made in the port of Zeebrugge, and they will be towed to Antwerp and then be sunk in the right place, and it will connect the ring completely around Antwerp, and we'll make sure that the traffic is a lot less on the ring. The Antwerp ring now is in the top 10 of traffic jams, so something had to be done, and that's what the city of Antwerp is taking care of. You see the changement of a tire already before the actual race start. It's better that this happens in the beginning of the race. There's no problem. He can get back to the peloton. He's between the cars right now, so it's not that bad. So again, we'll see the beginning of the race. Is the official start is yet to come, and this is all under the perfect lead of Ben Siemens and his team. We see Timothy Dupont here from Tartaletto. It's one of the outsiders for this race. He's going to probably the lead of his team for the moment, and he's one of the outsiders to eventually maybe win this race today. It's a beautiful day in and around Antwerp. Beautiful sun's shining, nice temperature of around 20 degrees. We're expecting maybe a little bit rain, showers now and then, especially more to the evening, but normally the race should be all through sunshine and bright skies. Let's talk about a little bit of the teams. So Lotto Destiny with Vermeers, the winner of last year. With Alpecin de Koning. There's Gianni Vermeers. He's the leader of his team. Also with Dries de Bond. Quinten Hermans is also on that team, so they have quite a few riders in their team which have a possibility also to win this race. It's the Antwerp Port Epic is becoming more and more a race where a lot of riders are want to join this race. It's like a sort of Strade Bianchi race, which the riders like. There's a lot of different challenges with pavement and cobblestones, and so this is where we have a map of the race where we started. We went from Bannerport to Calais to Kildrecht, then we go to Kabeljauw, number 6, and then the Zuterstraat in number 8, number 9, the Oude Papenstraat, and then we get to the point where we are actually based. We're based at around the Opstalpolder. This is where we are based, where me and my technician Tom are based, and this is what we're doing. Thanks to him, we're broadcasting live from the VIP area here, and we're not at the finish. At the finish, my colleagues, which you can hear on the Dutch channel, they are at the finish line. We decided to be right in the heart of the VIP emplacement here in Stabroek, where a couple of thousand people will join us to watch the race, have a great lunch, a great time out today. Bring the kids. There's a lot of possibilities to enjoy yourselves here, and this is all thanks to the sponsors here, but especially of the people that are hosting the race. It's not the first time that people come here to watch it. couple of years in a row now. It's been very, very popular, and it's actually in demand more and more to come see this race. And if you can do it in a VIP emplacement, you can see the riders coming by, like I think it's 5 times they will pass by here. So it's a very, very good place to be. And it's almost ready to the official start of the race. We're very close to Deme. Deme is a Flemish company which is the leader. This is Ben Siemens. This is the organizer of the race, the man himself. Maybe you can give us a wave, Ben, if you hear us on the English channel. But he's concentrated riding himself. Yeah, some VIPs in the back, and we will see the official start very soon. So Deme is a very important company. It's a dredging company that works worldwide. Responsible for the Palm Islands in Dubai, but they're also working in Hong Kong. They're working really, really all over the world. Well, we're seeing Jacopo Guinieri with a flat tire again. So we're only just away for a few kilometers, and already 2 had a flat tire, but it's better to have it right now. With the presentation from the riders, typically what you do is they take the bike to the stage to sign the book, and immediately they put the bike up in an upward position. Probably has to do something with the shift mechanism to keep the bike spotless and not to make sure that something goes in between. This is Ineos. The 2 white spheres that you see is for gas. There's a lot of petrochemical sites here in Antwerp. I think Antwerp is probably now the largest petrochemical harbor in the world. And of course, Ineos Project 1 is a very, very big one. There's a huge investment going on in Antwerp, in the Antwerp harbor, which will bring more than 400 people of employment to them. And of course, durability is very high within the Antwerp harbor. So what we see here is that the loading and ex-loading is done right away from the River Scheldt. With Ineos, they load and unload the gas directly on from the River Scheldt, directly into the factory, on and off the factory. It's called a jetty. A jetty is like a sort of like a dock. It's in a normal dock, it would be a lot more dangerous to do this, but Ineos has its own jetty, like they call it, to load and unload the gas that they're making in this facility. They're not working today. It's Sunday, so the people of Ineos, they can support their team. They're not here, but they're of course in the Italian race. They're in the Giro. So it's the 6th time that the Antwerp Port Epic is being held, and Nico Matan, who is out of the race. He's the race leader, and as we said, the man inside the truck, inside the car driving, is Ben Siemens. Ben Siemens, he's the organizer, the organizers of Flanders Epic Races, or in Flemish, Karakterkoersen. They are the organizers of a couple of races in and around Antwerp, and they're hoping to grow to a next stage, to a next UCI stage. They've been working on it many, many years already, and every year they're getting closer and closer to a new level. So the Antwerp Port Epic actually started long ago, like if you could say it almost started like 100 years ago. It was called Schaalsels, the race which is still exists in Antwerp, but it's been grown for over more than 100 years, and this is actually the 6th time that the Antwerp Port Epic Race is being held. So we see the large holding tanks, and you see they have a floating roof. So the more fluid which is inside the roof will go up or down, and this prevents of explosions. We saw the port of the port of Demme. Well, we have the official start there. At the Demme headquarters, there's about 800 people working there, and there's many of them working around the world. You see the ships, the green ships lying there, and you see on the right, you see like a water bus, and this is a connection that you have from the center of Antwerp. There's like a water bus which serves like a taxi, which goes all up down the River Scheldt with different stops, so people can get to work even from the water side, not only from the land side. This is where you see it. This is what we call the water bus. It's like a big water taxi, which goes all the way up from the River Scheldt in both directions. So you can take your bicycle with you, and you can just hop on, hop off somewhere, and then ride back a whole way, or catch the water bus back. It's great to have an afternoon outside. It can bring you to very historical places like Lillo and Lillo, Callo, a whole lot of places in and around Antwerp. The harbor itself is not really a place to ride your bike, but there are, of course, many tracks that you can follow, which are being organized by the province and with tour guides, that you can ride along the Antwerp harbor in a safe way. So the race is full on. You can see the speed there. The speed is around 50 to 55 kilometers an hour. Close going to 60. Then we have another 100, almost 180 kilometers of riding to go. Here it is, 6th edition of the Antwerp Port Epic, which is part of the UCI tour. Well, we're riding into Callo. Which was one of the city's strongholds since 1500s, connected all of the old forts between and around Antwerp to defend the city. So there is an old navy. There's a fort, of course, there. While we're really riding in the center. But there's an old navy tower you can visit, and the city of Beveren, which is doing a lot of effort to make this very nice, and actually invested a lot of money in keeping this monument alive, and a museum which will give you access to that history of Callo. the race, which will take us to a lot of different different parts around Antwerp. We're now in Calais, and we will go to soon. We will go to the town of Doel, which in and around Antwerp is more known because it has the nuclear power reactors near the River Schelde, and supplies still up to date a lot of power to the city of Antwerp and a lot of households around that. The head of the race with James Fouché, who's on a little solo ride. There's like five, six riders behind him. The peloton recatched him right now. Of course, this is a very good way to show your jersey, show your sponsor. He's the number 2 of the Gravel and Todd Classic. He's for Bolton Equities, this James Fook, and you can see there's a lot of movement in the peloton right now to trying to recatch him. Of course, there's still a long way to go in this race, but we always have to watch out for the eventual accidents, or which we hope is not going to happen. But like we saw with the ladies that just parted like a couple of kilometers after the start of the race, we had a quite nasty fall. Luckily, everything was okay. Safety is one of the biggest issues here from the organizers. There's really a lot of people involved in this race to make sure that the riders and also the spectators are safe from any possible things that could happen. Roadblocks, you know, of course, the full cooperation of the Antwerp police department, who make sure that all the roads are blocked. And again, somebody with a flat tire. It's Nathan van der Pit from Bengal. It's the third rear wheel that's been changed already, and we're just on the way. So we need to. This, of course, will be one of the issues of this race, because it's we didn't even hit the unpaved or cobblestones yet. But of course, it's like the Strade Bianche race, and a lot of flat tires will be there in this race. Of course, we're riding in the full harbor now, really in the center of the harbor. You can see a lot of trucks on the left and right side. A lot of those trucks are already waiting to be unloaded early tomorrow morning. And of course, Monday, the harbor. Today is the harbor in Antwerp. It's not like it's closed, of course not. There's a lot of activity, but a lot of the trucks that needs to be loaded, unloaded, that starts already again tomorrow morning, very early. This is the leader, Fouché. What we see in the background is Katunasi. That's just part of their warehouses. This company is really big in the Antwerp harbour. There's a lot of people employed there. Europort's just behind them. And you can see all of those wind turbines in the harbour, which supplies green energy directly to all of these companies. There's two companies that are supplying all of these windmills. One is Vlemo, which is a strong partner of this organization team, and the other one is called Wind aan de Stroom, which is another company where you can buy yourself, you can become a partner yourself as a private owner, or at least own a part of those windmills. It's a very good cooperationship between the private owners and companies, and it gives a more greener power into the city of Antwerp and of course within the harbour. There's not a lot of wind, but between 150 and 160,000 households get power from these wind turbines, which are placed all over the harbour. So we're leaving. What we're seeing in the background is the plastic terminal from Katoenassie, and we're well on the way. What we see here is 1,000 different silos from Katoenassie, and there's little plastic balls that are actually held up in there in the 1,000 different silos. The cars you see in the back is a big parking lot where they have the roll-on roll-off shifts coming. Most of the cars that we see here are from the brand Mazda, and they come directly from the Far East. We in Antwerp have the biggest carport in the world. Wax of the car will be taken off. The cars will be actually made ready to go to the showroom, and they are transported all the way from the other side of the world in big roll-on roll-off ships, and then being brought to the port of Zeebrugge, but also of course the port of Antwerp, which is the biggest car port, like I said, in the world. Well, problems in the back of the peloton. It's Gilles Degger from Beat Cycling Club. He seems to be having a problem. He was asking for assistance, and there he's got it. We will find out what is going on with his bike or with himself. Like we said, the Antwerp Port Epic, part of the Lotto Cycling Cup. A lot of races in the beginning of the year, and it ends with the Championship of Flanders in September. I'll be right back. Just a short break, and I'll be right back with you to give you more information about the Antwerp Port Epic race. Stay tuned. There we are again. Not even 20 kilometers we have been on this race. And this is Andreas Gumann from Tartoletto. For the real cycling experts, please bear with me. This is the first race I'm ever doing. Normally it's Anthony McCrossan, which is in this seat and takes the honors of doing the commentary on this race. But they're busy in the Italian race, in the Giro, of course, and that's why I'm taking the honors and trying to give you some more information during the race about the Antwerp Port Epic. So we're on our way to Kildrecht. We were in the center of Verrebroek, going to Kildrecht, and we're still on the left side of the river, and once we've gone through the other tunnel, we will go into what we call the polder site. This is where we have the cobblestones and the unpaved parts of the race. Once we go through the second tunnel, then the race is really on. And then we'll do a couple of tours in those polders, and then finally to have the arrival in the center of Antwerp, really in the heart of Antwerp. Beautiful city, as I said before. It's really worth visiting when you have a chance. It's a very cultural city. A lot of famous painters, like I said, like Rubens, Van Dyck, they all lived here in Antwerp. There's a lot of beautiful museums to see here. It's really worth staying a couple of days in Antwerp. This is Kildrecht now, where we are entering. These are the three guys in the chase. We couldn't see it. There we go. It's Andoni Lopez, Bram Dissel, and Maro Verwild. They're in the chase of the leaders. About 25 seconds behind them. And this is the head of the race. Two Danish guys, Frederik Muff and Bjørn Sørensen. And the people from the graphics really need to give us a little bit more time, because it's hardly it's very difficult to see the graphics. What we see in the far distance is one of the container terminals of Antwerp. You can see one of the Maersk ships. You see the white ships in the back. Those are the Ro-Ro ships from Grimaldi. And this is part of the DP World container terminal. It's not where the riders are at right now. Our helicopter needs to refuel to make sure we have enough fuel to stay with you until the end of the race. And the leaders took a little bit more seconds, as you can see. But the race is still really, really, really long time. Everything still has to be started. Let's see if Gianni Vermeers is again the first one on the line in Antwerp in a couple of hours when this race is done. It was very, very, very spectacular last year, the last miles of this race. So Tish Benoot is not with us this year. We don't have the team of Jumbo Visma here this year. Of course, there's a lot of other races. And the winner of 2 years ago, he's going to be back in a different race very soon. A little bit more in the countryside now, but we're still very, very close to the Antwerp harbour. This is actually not the province of Antwerp anymore. This is the province of East Flanders, which is very close. So the province of East Flanders, of course, while a big part of the Antwerp harbour is in the East Flanders, together with the harbour of Ghent, makes that this province is actually the biggest harbour province in Belgium. And it's not Antwerp, but the Antwerp harbour is so big that it's not only in the province of Antwerp, it's also in the province of East Flanders. So everything which cannot be put into a container, like paper, ironwork, and so on, is still at the right side of the river in the harbour. While we see Dries de Bond from Alpecin de Koning. He was actually one of our co-commentators in another race held by this organization a couple of years ago. He's also a potential winner of the race. There's a new, just to give you this information, that the old factory of Opel Belgium used to be a very, very big car plant there. It's going to be the next gen plant with all kind of rubber products which will be made. It's different companies that will be together on that old car factory site, which is a huge plant and which is now actually going to be reused again in the next gen. It's going to be called the next gen plant on the right side of the Antwerp harbour. So recycling of car tires will be one of the main companies that will be there. There's going to be a lot of recycling done in that new next gen project. About 100 acres of possible factory space there. So we're in Kildrecht, and this is just one of the cobblestone in the Dorpstraat of Kildrecht. course, the riders are very, very happy with what's going on. But now and then you can see a little bit of nervous guys going there and making sure that they're still controlling the race and not giving them too much time ahead. So we're going to almost a break of a minute between the leaders and the peloton. So we're very close to the city of Hulst also. This part is called New Namen. A little bit, we couldn't find out why it was called this. So one of the chasers in the second group is Jacob Relas. But you can see that the peloton is reacting on that and is going to try to catch him and then regroup again. So Holland is, of course, is very nearby. The Dutch border is very, very close. And of course the cities that are very close by with the Dutch border. There's a lot of people working in the Antwerp harbor, of course, there. So the cities are really, they're really getting along very well and helping each other with jobs, and people can actually go to work by bicycle or with the water bus, like we showed you a little bit before, because the Antwerp harbor is a really big employer, a lot of companies there, and it's expanding every time. Head of the race with the two Danish guys. A little bit more than a minute onto the peloton. In the fog there on behind you, you can see the cooling towers of the nuclear plant of Doel. And of course, there's a lot of agriculture area here in the neighborhood. A lot of farming going on. Actually, one of the biggest bio farms is also here, right next to the harbor. Time for a drink in the peloton. Again, for the people who just signed in into our live stream, you're very welcome. Welcome to the Antwerp Port Epic Race 2023. And we're well on the way with the four guys: Jacob Scott, Kane Richards, Frederick Muff, and Frederick Björn Sørensen. And they have about a minute 40, as you can see, onto the peloton. For the people who want to follow the race with Dutch commentary, we have a live stream on YouTube as well, on karakterkoersen.be. You can follow the race with Dutch commentary with my colleagues. Or you can just stay with us here on the English channel on the Flanders Epic Races. And we'll try to give you as much information as possible about the race. Of course, with the harbour expanding all the time, some of the smaller villages were lost. Like Wilmarsdonk used to be a small town, which is completely... The only thing which is left is the old church there, but the town is completely gone because of the expansion of the harbour. There's some other smaller towns that were actually eaten by the expansion of the Antwerp harbour. But of course, the Antwerp harbour makes sure that there's thousands and thousands of jobs here in a lot of different things you can do. Beautiful aerial pictures from our helicopter, where you can see the frontier actually between the polders and the Antwerp harbour. Again, the white and yellow ships you see in the back are the ones from Grimaldi. It's the Ro-Ro ships. They deliver the cars from the Far East to the Antwerp harbour, where there's a huge distribution centre. Jacob Scott here from Bolton Equities, Black Spoke. Here's Kane Richards from Skip Capital. And then there's our two Danish friends that are in this same lead group. Frederick Muff and Sørensen. And that's from the team Color Quick. We have 156 kilometers to go until the end of the race. These four have been ahead for a little while now. They're getting some space from the peloton. Started off with about 20 seconds and now more or less 3 minutes they got from them, which is not bad. But of course, it's still a very long way to go. Soon we will go to the very first unpaved zone from about 1.5 kilometers. And we will get some cobblestones coming up soon, so it's been far easy on these guys, but very soon we will go into the part where where you will see Florian Vermeers, number 41. You'll see him there with the red and blue shirt. Definitely a guy to watch out for. This is the tobacco nation, Tabak Nasi. So really rough tobacco is being stored here. It's still a family business. So we have Katu Nasi, which used to do only cotton in the old days, but of course they diversified a lot. Also now with Tabak Nation, they still do a lot of tobacco. It's still the main product. But soon they will do also other business. Storing and handling of all kind of products. And we're still on the left side of the river. We're still at Linkeroever. And soon when we go through the tunnel, then we will... we just lost the signal a little while we see the... we will see... This is very close to the arrival zone. This is where the finish. And we're back. Cycling is still a very technical sport to bring to you, to bring to our viewers. So now and then it is possible that we lose some technical connections, but our engineers, they take care of it very, very fast. Alpecin de Koning taking that lead in the peloton and really slowing down, riding their own pace. Alpecin de Koning. Talking to the race leader. Talking some tactics. So you see this huge car park above the riders, and you see the ships, the white and yellow ships, which are the roll-on, roll-off ships. So all the goods that are going on these ships, they are being rolled on and rolled off. So it's not only cars, it's it's buses, it's trains, everything which can be rolled on is being transported by these companies. Grimaldi is one of the biggest companies that handles this transport in the Antwerp harbour. Probably the Alpecin de Koning will have some tactics about controlling this race. Of course, they have Gianni Vermeers and Quinten Hermans. With possible winners of this race. As I said, it's still early. There's still a lot of time. Most of the cars you see here are electrical cars. A 6th-floor storage for electrical cars, and of course the wind turbines in the, which you see in the back on this plant are being used to keep the batteries of all these cars up and running, charged. You see that the tactics was being were being spread out by Alpecin-Deceuninck. In the meantime, some guys got to get some new drinks and food. This is the time to do it. Six riders from Alpecin-Deceuninck at the head of this peloton with number 1, Gianni Vermeers. We saw Dries van Gestel also in that peloton. And this the wood you see here on the dock is wood that mainly comes from Africa. There's a lot of older cars and minivans that will go back to Africa with the Ro-Ro ships of Grimaldi lines. So these are called conros, which they can, part of that ship will be like a roll-on, roll-off, but it also has containers. It can actually do both. So it can load containers on the top, and it can also unload and load cars in the front and the back of that ship. While we take a little spin-off, we're going back a little bit into the nature, but very close. We're always very close to the harbor. And we're on our way to the city of Doel, where you see the two big towers of the nuclear plant. Once we hit the city of Doel, then we'll go back to the Durgang dock. And then we'll go through the tunnel, the second tunnel of the day. And then we will go back to the other side of Antwerp, to the right side. Once we get through the second tunnel, we will go to the Rechteroever, and we will not have this smooth riding all the time. Then we'll really see a little bit of a Strade Bianchi style of race, that will be going on with unpaved roads, a lot of cobblestones, and this is why the riders come here. This is why the Antwerp Epic is such a very, very nice race to watch. While this group of 4 is really working together well and has a lead of 4 minutes 13 with about 150 kilometers to go. The city of Doel, there is not much left there, as it was with the expansion of the Antwerp harbour. A lot of people left there. The only thing which is left is a church, and there's 1 or 2 cafes still left there. People are trying to move back there, but of course your neighbour has. You're living right next to a nuclear plant, so of course real estate is not that expensive. But I'm not sure if you want to live in that neighborhood. That's up to you. There's also a yacht harbor very close by. Now we see a break in the peloton now. We had apparently there's been an accident. There's been a fall. We don't have any images of that, as the TV director tells me there's no images of that. So this is why the peloton broke into pieces. Frederic Fison, which we saw there in the second part of the peloton. They will have to put the pedal to the metal to get back to this main peloton. And the guys from Alpecin, they don't mind if that second part of the peloton is behind him. They don't want to see them come back. Again, asking for orders from the race director of Alpecin. Tell us what to do. It's all about strategy, of course. Two teams that work together to make sure that this lead stays, and let's hope we can have a look if this gap between the two is resolved or not. And again, in the background we'll see the 2 cooling towers of Doel, the nuclear plant in the back, and of course the Antwerp harbour, which is always very, very close by here. Very good road conditions here. It will be a lot different in just a little while. Once we cross the river again, we will get to the really parts of the race why we came here. Trying to see if I can give you some more information about the female race, which is also ongoing. Looks like we have a breakaway in that female race. They started earlier than the men, and it's if I'm not mistaken, it's the first time that we have a car in the race that is driving in the wrong side of the road. That was very dangerous indeed. There's just a car coming in the opposite way of the riders. Nothing happened, luckily. Scott, Richards, Muff and Sørensen still at the head of the race, of the men's race. And I welcome all our viewers who are on this stream. Again, I apologize if I'm not giving you all the right or the correct information. I'm just a stand-in for our normal commentary guy. But they are working in the Giro. And of course, we didn't want to leave you alone and not give you any information, so I'm doing my best to give you all the information that I can give you in the race and keep you updated. The white containers that you see here, they're reefer containers. They're cooled, so it could be shrimp from Thailand, could be meat from Argentina. They can check the containers from a distance to see the temperature and everything. And it's being brought to Antwerp. Also, a company that does nothing else than container repair. Those containers are in all kinds of weather conditions on those ships, and they need to be repaired now and then. And this is what you see here. The big elephants, the yellow straddlers, you can see them in the back, and you see the huge container cranes here. They used to be built in the Antwerp harbor, but those cranes are coming directly pre-built from China onto a ship and then delivered to like the port of Antwerp or any other ports in the world. They're being pre-built, and this is the way how they get to the different ports all over the world. So the difference on the River Skeld is because we have tides on the River Skeld. Those cranes have a difference of loading of 6 meters twice a day. So Antwerp is one of the harbors which has sluices to prevent this going on, that we have more or less a stable height, but not in this dock. This is the Durging dock, and they have twice a day they have a 6 meter difference in height of loading and unloading. There's a Giacomo Nizzolo. Sorry, Nizzolo. And then the guys from Alpecin. The green crane in the back is a Belgian-built crane from the history when Belgium still had a lot of shipbuilding. And luckily we have a very nice complex of dry docks in the harbour of Antwerp, but there's no actually shipbuilding anymore going on. Of course, everything comes from the Far East, a lot from China, and on the internal waters, a lot of the building is being done in countries like Romania, Serbia, and then being brought to the rivers, because more and more the river ships are also carrying containers, gas, or any other form of liquids. The more we can keep trucks off the road, the better it is for big transportation. So let's take another break, and I'll be back with you shortly in this Antwerp Port of Grace.
Martin.
So we're back again here at the Antwerp Port Epic. Well, my Dutch colleagues were keeping you informed about everything that's going on in and besides the harbour of Antwerp. We're still at the 3.5 minutes that our 4 leaders have on the peloton. And again, one of the rear wheels, Alfred Bruce, Noah Hobbs. With a flat tire. And the first 30 kilometers, we had a lot of flat rear tires. And we still have to get started onto the unpaved part and the cobblestones of this race, and 120 kilometers to go. You will get back to the back of the peloton. Of course, Antwerp, you saw the big train, groupage, and Antwerp is actually responsible for 50% of the income, of the total income of the Belgian railroads. And it goes to Germany, Austria, Spain, all from the Antwerp harbour. And we're seeing the same teams always taking the lead. Alpecin de Koning, which has been at the head of the peloton since the start of the race. And for people who just tuned in, I can tell you there's about 300 of you watching this race for the moment on our live stream, brought to you directly from the VIP area here in Starbrook. Welcome to the Antwerp Port Epic 2023. And you can see here where you can see the loading and unloading between the rail and between the trucks. And above us in the image, you can see the big bend, and that goes directly to connection with the German Rhine, which is a very important connection with the Antwerp harbour. And the loading and unloading from the trains up to the trucks, and from the trucks to the trains, which is very, very important to keep transportation as smooth as possible going from the Antwerp harbour into the mainland all over Europe. We will follow our leaders here, Scots, Richards, Muff and Sørensen. They will go over the bridge with the Schelde Rhine connection to Germany. And on the opposite side, we're actually in the Netherlands, which is very close, and then we'll be heading back down to the city of Antwerp. And it's here that the riders will be more than one time. They will pass these sections. Once we cross the bridge, they will pass it 4 or 5 times. Local rounds. And this is one of the unpaved parts. The zone is called kabeljauw. Actually, in Flemish, it's a fish. And you can see why now this is called the Strade Bianche style. And here we can see the peloton going over that Schelde Rhine canal to the other side. And this is where the riverboats take the containers deep into the heart of Germany and further on. A little more teams are joining the attack now. We see the team of Lotto also involving next to the Alpecin, the Koenig team, with more or less 117 kilometers to go. It's actually the race which is coming. Actually, the race still has to begin. And they already have about 60 kilometers done. The total race was 192 kilometers. Oh, this is it's another Danish guy from Team Color Quick, Magnus Lawrence Nielsen. They had a problem. The chain is off the bicycle, and it takes a little while before it gets back on the road. I think a big word of thank you to my chief engineer here, who brought me some food. He was good to bring us some food. Thanks to him, thanks to Tom. We're very happy to bring you this race on our streaming platform. You can follow it live on our Antwerp Port Epic, and actually on FlandersEpicRaces.com. This is the channel that you will see all of our races on. Like I said, we are actually in the heart of it all. We are based in Stabroek on the VIP section, and this is, we will see the riders passing by here also 5 times. They will pass literally next to our truck. So we can, oh, somebody went down there in the corner. Somebody from the Lotto Destiny. I think 1 or 2 riders are on the, yep, we have some problems with the chain again. This is typically what happens on these unpaved roads. There's a lot of slipping and sliding. It's been dry lately, so... Oh, and again, there's another fall in the back. In the turn, there's maybe 10 riders that have some problems in the back there. It's not very clear to us with the dust coming up off the road what's going on, but clearly the race has just started. And this is what we've been waiting for. As long as everybody makes it and is safe, this is what we want to see. This is that kind of race that the Antwerp Port Epic is. Of course, the motorcycles, they take a lot of, they whip up a lot of dust for the riders behind them. And once you're in the back of that peloton, it's like you're riding in the Sahara Desert. There's so much sand blowing up, and you don't see what's happening in front of you. It's been very dry the last week here in Antwerp and the region, and of course then there's a lot of dust that's going to be coming off that ground with all kind of gravel on the floor, which is flying up in the air. Here we see the peloton in one big line, broken up in a lot of pieces, but because the riders are taking it easy and nobody wants to do some dangerous stuff. There's many zones like this in this race with unpaved spots, and we will get to the cobblestones. Actually, the street where we are standing in, as I came up this morning to our satellite truck, even driving a car on these cobblestones is like it's very hard, and you really have to watch out with all the potholes and all the bumps and everything. Even with a car, it's very dangerous. And this is the replay. You can see him slipping away, and there he goes on the ground. Has to take the brakes, and he goes down. And this is the next curve, and you'll see in the background, you'll see a lot of riders also slipping. This goes, and then there's one that goes up, down. There he goes, and then a couple of other guys that go on the ground, but we're back on the peloton where they're trying to close that gap of 2 minutes, 22 seconds. And of course, this is the back of the peloton. Yep, you can see it on the right side. There was somebody. There he is. The guy in the light blue shirt, he's back. This is one of the... We're back on the peloton here. And this is one of those cobblestone parts. Counterscherp. 1,300 meters of that. And of course the riders, as you can see, they go to the right-hand side. And this is the head of the race. They're at another part of the cobblestones. It's only 200 meters, but they're trying to really ride on the bicycle path, which is nice, but that's not the meaning of our race. This is why it's called the Antwerp Port Epic Race, because the epic is, of course, the unpaved zones and the cobblestones, which you will see that our riders will have to do a lot of times. A lot of people compare it with the Strade Bianchi race. It's a similar race in Italy, and that's why the Antwerp Port Epic Race is becoming more and more not only famous, but a lot of riders want to ride it because it's an extra challenge. We're in the city of Barendrecht, and you can see that the peloton is broken up really into a small part. This is that first 1,300 meter, which the cobblestone, which the peloton is on now. And I can really tell you, it looks easy, but trust me, I did it this morning with a car and I was shaken and bumped all over. Imagine you have to do it on a bicycle and you have to do this like 4 or 5 times. Again, those same cobblestones. You really have to be a very good bicycle rider to stay on the bike and make sure you stay out of trouble mechanically with your bike as well. As you can see, there's no way, if you break down here, if you break a chain or whatever, or a diff, there's no way that that one of your cars can get very fast to you. It will take some time before they can get to you because it's narrow roads, and you will lose literally minutes before you can get back to the peloton. So this is what this race is all about. Here's the peloton going to that smaller part of the 200 meters. And you can see maybe the big peloton is actually broken into a couple of pieces. There's about 30 people left in this peloton, not really a lot more. It's the 6th edition of this race, of the Antwerp Port Epic. But it looks really promising. This organization really wants to grow to another UCI level. And you can see the reason why. It's a very challenging race. Yeah, it's almost 2 kilometers that they're on the cobblestones. You can see all of the guys from the peloton really riding on that very, very thin edge next to the cobblestones, of course. Trying to avoid the big, famous Flemish cobblestones, which we have all over. Like I said, maybe like 30 to 35 guys in that peloton in the city of Barendrecht. You can even see, oh, somebody went the wrong way. Even our motorbike had to see where it was going. This is Richard Scale, who took the wrong turn, but he's on his way back. And again, Cobblestone Park. You can see that a lot of families came out to watch this race. It's a lovely day here in Antwerp. It's not too warm, unfortunately, but it's okay. It's dry for the moment, and you can see that people really love cycling in Belgium, especially in these parts. Most of the people know this race very well, know the organizers, because the organizer from this race is a local man. He actually lives in this town, does a lot for this community. He's also a big employer for this community. And that's why people come out to come see the race, because it's literally in front of their doorstep. And you get to see your chance. You get to see your riders really, really in front of the door, in front of the doorstep. A couple of times they pass by. And we're in this Oude Papelstraat now, and we will go into the Rijgersbos very soon. That forest is called Rijgersbos. At the end of this street. And there's a very good restaurant at the corner of that, of the starting of that street. I can hear our Dutch commentators talking about it, how good dinner they had there. It also gives a chance for them to get together and have some lunch or dinner together and talk about this race. We're back at the head of the race here, where our 4 guys still have 1 minute 46 now. We came down from 4 minutes, so the race is really on. With about 109 kilometers ago. This is where this Rijgersbos is. The pavement part, again, about 500 meters. And you can see it's serious. The race is really on. And now we are going to a part between the harbor of Antwerp and the town of Barendrecht. It's a zone that they created. That they create between the city of Barendrecht and the harbor. It's like a green zone there, which makes sure that there's not that much pollution. Here, the 1,650 meters Opstalpolder. And then they're coming closer to where we are. I said we are based in the VIP section. I can tell you that the women's race is finished already about 15 minutes ago for Flanders. Sorry, Antwerp Port Epic Race, of course, the female edition. They started earlier than the men, and they already finished. Quinten Hermans here from Alpecin de Koning is taking the lead. This team is really looking for another win of this race. A couple of the riders are taking some meters from the peloton, and this is a dangerous zone. It's about 500 meters of cobblestones, and then about 2 kilometer unpaved zone. So these are the parts on the track where the difference is made, and you can see it. The leaders are losing time. They came from 4 minutes. We're down to 1:26, and you can see this unpaved part. And Lotto Destiny, who is in the peloton part, they are getting a lot of the weight on them. And is this a tactical decision where our two Danish friends are staying behind a little bit, or is there a small gap between them? These are the 4 leaders of the race. And it's still part of this, of that unpaved zone, the Opstal Polder. And you can see there's a lot of people again, a lot of interest on the side of the road. People came out, brought chairs to see the race. You can see the people left and right. It's really, it's a nice day out. A lot of people want to come and see this race. This is the second group with the 4 guys with the chasers. We'll get you the names as soon as possible. Oh, there was a small slip. Names or the numbers of those 4 riders. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see them. And this is where we are. This is where the VIP emplacement is. This is where a lot of people are invited. A couple of thousands of people are invited here. And you will see our beautiful satellite truck right there at the end. That's where we are. That's where we are bringing the commentary live to this live stream. So they literally just passed us, and they will be passing us a couple of times here. That's just the reason that we wanted to be here. There's a couple of huge screens here so that people can watch the race live and follow it either with English commentary by myself or from my Dutch colleagues. This is that second group of chasers. Well, they head into that zone of the Torrenseweg. Again, that VIP area which was created by the organizers, where they invite their potential partners. You can see one of the big screens there where the race is put on live by us, so people can follow it. Not to make you very hungry at home, but there's a fantastic barbecue here. Like every year, the organization puts everything. When they invite people, it's always, the food and drinks are fantastic. It's a really nice atmosphere to be here. And I would suggest, if you are in Antwerp around next year, it's really worthwhile coming down while the race is on. You can see a really, really nice cycling race, and you can get a taste of Antwerp. Not only for the harbour, but Antwerp has so much to offer, so many nice museums. These are the chasers, by the way, with Quinten Hermans, Ben Askey, Emlyn Jonier, and Tom van Asbroek. This is the second group. And they'll be riding off to the city of Stabroek at the end. And of course, all of these communities, we would like to thank all of these communities to helping to get this race and to stay the race here within this zone of the Antwerp harbour and the cities surrounding it. Back at the head of the race with our two Danish friends. And they're about a minute ahead of that chasing group that we just saw. They get a little bit of shade now. You can see the sunshine is here in Antwerp. It's a lovely temperature. The weather is nice. And they're covered between the trees here. And that chasing group is just a minute behind them. These guys have been in the lead for quite some time now. For about more than 70 kilometers they've been riding ahead of the race. 1 point ahead, about 4 minutes. This is that leading group. You see it's very shortly. They're just around the bend. And of course Quinten Hermans here is a very dangerous man to get in the lead. Most of the teams are well presented here in the front. The next zone we're going to is the zone of the Boterseweg. In English we would say the Butterway. All of these zones of course have names that has something to do with the agriculture part which they're riding through. Yep. And you can see this is the unpaved part. And you can see how that rear wheel doesn't have lots of grip on the ground. And it's slipping and sliding away. And these guys are going at least around 40 kilometers an hour, 35 to 40 kilometers an hour. And you really need to hold on very well to your steering wheel, know what you're doing here on these parts. So that group of chasers, 4 behind them. Kilometer and a half on this unpaved spot. Yeah, Askey, he's having troubles following this. Ben Askey, he has to let them go. This is the reality of this race. And those 3 other guys, they keep pushing, and they can see those leaders in the front. They can see the dust coming off the ground, and that's exactly where they are. So it's Hermans, Jonier, and Van Asbroek who are in the chase, and they're getting closer, little by little. They're getting closer. With every time a gap of a few seconds, they nibble away. Well, we would like to see where that peloton is behind them. I can imagine that peloton is quite a distance behind them, but I cannot imagine that they will leave, that they will let them go with Quinten Hermans here in that chasing group. He has been in a lot of troubles. He was ill for a long time. He could not start in a lot of races that he really liked. And he's taking up a role here in this Antwerp epic race. And we're back at the race. Look at the way that those front wheels, how slippery it is, going from the unpavement to the cobblestones. Really, really careful turning into that. You can imagine if you go through there with a big group, that's where the trouble is going to be. And we can say that we're almost at half race. Let's look at this corner again. You can see that everybody, oh, very close again, that rear wheel slipping away. It's a slipping of the rear wheels. Chanier really had to hold his bike really well. And Chanier really has to keep pushing to get in the rear wheel of Van Asbroek, who's pushing it. Our four leaders, and they know they're coming. They know they're coming. There's about 50 seconds that they still have. What I'd like to know is where that peloton is. The peloton was behind them. We haven't seen any images of that peloton yet, so we would like to see an image of that, see where it's going. So these are our four leaders. This is the next zone that we're going to. We're really going from one zone into another, from unpavement to cobblestones and back. We're really in the heart of these Antwerp polders. These are those chasers. Well, four of them, really one had to let go, and our French friend Chanier is really struggling to hold on there in the back. He's still there, but every time after we have a curb, he really needs to keep pushing to stay with the two other ones. And I'm sure Quinten Hermans wouldn't mind if he drops off. You can see that our riders are very, very, very vigilant in taking those turns and corners. And of course they want to go because they can see the other guys in front of them. They can see the dust where they're going. There's not a lot of trees here. There's a lot of agricultural ground here. So they're driving really what we call here in Antwerp between the polders. The wind has gone down a little bit. And here's our four leaders with the two Danish guys still there. They've been at the lead for quite some time now. But as said, they're being chased with only 47 seconds to go. You can see how the dust is really going up. I can remember, I think it was last year or the year before, that we were on one of those unpaved parts, and we had some sheep that broke loose, and they crossed the road. They crossed the road in the middle of the cycling race. and the guys really had to see what was going on. Even our cameraman really had to also, they have to watch out, be careful guys there. And this is the peloton. We can see them, and you can see the 3 guys that broke away, and that peloton is really coming very fast now. There's a small group that is trying to get to that second group of chasers. Back on that blockway, unpaved area for almost 2 kilometers. And of course, food and drinks they need to grab it here on the way. You can see that the riders just take what they want and what they need, and they just, the extra weight they just throw away. Of course, there is about 100 kilometers to go, and the guys need to eat and drink. So now we're waiting for which team will take the organization to get into the chase. Going direction of Hoevenen now, under the lead of Lotto Destiny. They have to get to the front. At this time, they don't have anybody in the chasing group or in the lead, so they're working hard to close that gap. And again here, we can see the spreading of the peloton. Although we're on a nice paved road at this time, heading for the city of Hoevenen. And of course, on this kind of roads, the stronger riders will have a chance to get back. I'm back with the leader pack here. Scott, Richards, and our 2 Danish guys, Muff and Sørensen. They will soon pass one of the headquarters of the organization. They are based in Hoevenen. They will pass their offices soon on the left-hand side. They will pass at headquarters where not only the organization of this race, but of course their companies are. It is spectacular to see what they came up with this race, and what actually a dream of one man was to make a beautiful race in and around his headquarters and into the port of Antwerp. Has turned out into a fantastic race where a lot of the pro cycling teams want to be and want to join to be in this race. So 20 seconds for that leading pack they have on the second group, and then about another 20 seconds to the peloton. You can see one of the riders waving at the motorcycles to take more distance. And of course the Antwerp Port Epic is renowned for its cobblestones and its unpaved roads, so that's what the riders have to be aware of in all circumstances. This, of course, is a nice road taking us into the town of Hoevenen. This is that second chasing group with Hermans, Chanier and Van Asbroek. So it's not 30 seconds. It was a little bit less because the peloton is right behind them. And let's see what these if these three can stay ahead of that peloton, and if they can still keep away from them. And of course there's a slowing down to 20 seconds. Going to a next very, very important part in the race, which is about 91 kilometers away from the finish. It's the anti-tank road, and let's see if this chasing group can stay ahead of the peloton. And the leaders, they're down to almost 20 seconds. So we're in Hoevenen right now. We're on our way back to Stabroek, and then again we will go back into the polders. So clearly this is a race which has all the different elements. Nice roads, cobblestones, unpaved parts. And this is the head of the race. You can see they're not far away behind them. These guys have been ahead for almost like 80 kilometers. They've been away. And they will probably go into that next zone. With that lead. The peloton is like not really doing a lot to get them into the chase. It's not this is half of the peloton. There's another big part of that peloton behind the first peloton, which happened because of a fall, which unfortunately we don't have any images to show you. And these four leaders, they had some views on their jerseys, but that's what it's going to be. It's not going to be the big escape. For people who want to watch the race with Dutch commentary. We're also live on the live stream of Sporza and from Eurosport, and soon our colleagues from Sporza will also have it live on their broadcast, and then my really cycling commentary colleagues will take over on that Dutch channel. And this is that zone that we were talking about again. We're back in that zone of free land, a zone of almost 2 kilometers. And this was where the first break happened. So let's see if this zone has some more surprises. You can see how this dust is kicking up. And when you're in the back of that peloton, it's like you're riding really into a sandstorm. And no, this is not Saudi Arabia. It is very close to Antwerp. But it looks like a sandstorm is building up. And that's because you have the leading group and in the peloton behind them making all that dust. You can see them in the background. They're closing. There's a problem here. Somebody, it's Frison, Frederick Frison from Lotto Destiny. It's not his day, clearly today. It's not the first time. When the peloton broke up into pieces, he also had problems with this. There's a lot of problems. Yep. Those cars are really honking like crazy. Well, let's see what happened. Yep. He took a fall inside the turn and went into the ditch.
Wat een luxe met deze motto's erbij. Wat een luxe met deze motto's. Amai. Amai. Gigantisch.
Still with our 4 leaders, and looks like the peloton slowed down. Oh, that went really wrong with that water container. This is the Opstal Polar again. They will be passing here 5 times. This is very close to where we are based. Let's see how far this peloton is behind. It could only be like a matter of seconds. Now it's the two Danish riders that are taking the lead. We can clearly see in the back where the peloton is coming. But still, these 4 guys are still ahead of the race. You can see them in the cloud behind the 4 leaders. Still, those 4 leaders keep pushing on. But that's where the peloton is. Straight behind them. And they know they're coming. So the race will actually really explode once they catch these 4 leaders. Then we'll see what teams will take the lead again and try to make a difference before the before the final stretch of this Antwerp Port epic. It's Sørensen that's taking the lead. And his Danish colleague is right behind him. And again, it looks easy riding on these cobblestones, but I can tell you it's not. It's really, really difficult. It bounces like crazy, even in a car. So you can imagine on a bike how much of vibration is going in that steering wheel. I'm back onto the road.
Thas.
Sørensen, who's in the back now. For Sørensen, I think it's quite enough. And it's the guys from Alpecin, the Koenig in the back who are really pushing hard to close the gap with these 4 leaders. For the moment, we're without helicopter images because we have a international broadcast which is gonna pop up very soon, will start soon, and then we'll get more helicopter images, which will give us the opportunity to look at the gaps even better. But you can see in the back that the peloton is chasing to catch these 4 leaders. Still, we have 10 seconds on that peloton. Let's not forget they had 4 minutes at one time. So looking at this group, and that's where the peloton comes in now. And it's got to be more than 10 seconds again. Oh. Went off for a short bit. Luckily nothing happened. "13 seconds, this is what the difference is between the leaders and the peloton. And we're again in the Oude Papenstraat again.
Ja, Altje.
For 450 meters of
Ik vind het fantastisch.
cobblestones.
De bochtjes vallen nog goed bij. Vind ik, ja. Hier, dit. Denk ik heel goed uit.
Let's see if we can spot the difference. And this is the back of the peloton again. And our leaders have 15 seconds again. So it looks like the peloton, if they really wanted to, they could really chase them. But it's still these 4 guys: Scott, Richard, Muff and Björn Sørensen, who are away with the 4 of them. and you can see the peloton in the back, but they're not working together as a team in the peloton to close that gap and really get those 4 leaders back. Of course, it's still like almost 84 kilometers to go. And this is this peloton, where the guys of Alpecin Koenig are pushing really hard. And that could be Dries de Bond, who is pushing really hard. It's very difficult to see from this angle. Of course, those chasers are doing everything what they can to try to catch these 4 leaders. Quite ahead of the race. Wow, we saw Paul Wright at the end, at the back of the peloton. One of our Danish friends was trying to get away. And he just breaks away at the point where the peloton is coming back. His teammate is gone. Great Britain, Australia and Denmark in the lead of this race. We still have the same race. The race image, the first part of the peloton right behind them. And this has been going on for quite a while now. Now we have 3 leaders. We already did 100 kilometers in this Antwerp Port Epic 2023 edition. But the best is yet to come, I can promise you that. We get nice chats all the way from Australia, from Sean Walsh. Thank you for that. And Layla Nikolaevich says, go Brady Gilmore. Good luck, Brady, also from Andrew McKenzie. So people are watching this race all the way down under. Thank you for tuning in into our race. And I hope I can give you enough information about it. Oh, we have a problem there. Jens Reinders from the Israel Premier Tech team, who changed bikes. And we're back in the dust. And this is one of the other zones. It's called the A12 zone. The one who just changed bikes had a very good Antwerp Port Epic race last year. And we're back to an unpaved zone where we can see the dust blowing, especially those corners. Talk about dust. You literally do not see what is going in front of you. So riding here in the back of that peloton is this is where it becomes really epic. This is why it's called the Antwerp Port Epic Race. All of the cars from the teams, they will need a good shower tonight. They will need a car wash. And these three ahead of the race, they don't have that much problems with the dust. Section called the Lion, and it's cobblestones, but you can see that the guys are really choosing not to ride onto the cobblestones, but actually onto the cycling path next to it, as long as they can. We will do this part twice, and this is an unpaved zone again. This is a typical agricultural road that they're taking. You would not really drive your car here if you don't have to be on one of the lands. Sørensen went Richardson, who had a problem there, and you can see Sørensen in the lead, trying to get away a little bit from him. Although I think it would be smarter for the three of them that they stick together. Still a long way to go. But again, they gained some seconds. They came from 10 and they're back at 20 now, so but you can see that they're really taking it very, very controlled in these curbs. You can easily slip away, and before you know it, you're on the you're in the ditch or you're on the ground. This is the moment where it almost he was going to the ditch, and he just at the last moment he could stay on his bike and keep cycling. And this is the peloton again, with the maximum lead that these guys had. It was 4 minutes 30 almost. So they lost more than 4 minutes. But these 20 seconds lead has been going on for a long time. And it looks like the peloton doesn't really want to give in on them. Nice to see that the viewers are going up. About 600 people are tuned into this channel right now. So welcome if you're watching, wherever you're watching from all over the world, from Australia to the US. Welcome to the Antwerp Port Epic Race, where we have been going on for almost 120 kilometers. And we're getting really into the most interesting part of the race now. No major accidents happened in the men's race. We had a women's race which already ended a little while ago. They had quite a big fall in the middle of that peloton. But so far in the men's race, not really big problems. There was a fall, which unfortunately we don't have any images from. We can't show you that. That broke the peloton into two pieces. What we see here is a peloton of about 30 to 35 people. And of course the rest of that is still behind them with quite a gap. So the longer this goes on, we can strongly say that one of the winners has to be will be in this pack, will be in this peloton. They're not really working very well together, which means that this lead they keep around 20 seconds onto that peloton. They were here before. This is the second time that they pass here. They will be back here another time. They will pass 3 times in total. And you will see the turns there. Very prudent that they take the turns. He might be having a back tire problem. This is Dries again, Dries van Gestel for Total Energies. He's trying to close the gap. Trying to get away from that group. This is, yep, flat tire again for Harthuis de Vries. And then it becomes very difficult to keep your balance on the bike, especially when you're doing the turns. Yeah, we can see that one is clearly flat. The thing is, where are the cars? That's the point of this race. You have to keep your balance very well on these roads. And because the roads are very narrow, it could take a little bit of time before that service car of your team is there. So I think that could be Florian Vermeers in the Lotto jersey, in the Lotto Destiny jersey, not sure. But if that's the case, together with Dries van Gestel and with Dujardin in this group, this is the chasing group. Oh, and again, Timo Kilik, who was a really big revelation last year. He was in the breakaway of the 6 last riders last year. He broke up the. He was in that group that went to the end. And of course, again, changement of a rear tire. We're getting some reactions from, of course, from other people. We have Yuri Mulder who's watching out of Holland and saying that King Kane is not even riding hard yet. Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned. This race still has to start, believe me. I've been in all 6 editions of them. not as a commentary person, but more in the technical background, and I can tell you this race really is on, and it still has to start. This is a nice group that broke away from that peloton, and they're only like eight seconds away. Almost all the teams are in that group, so nobody from Israel Premier Tech is there, but for the rest, I think everybody's there. We're going to another cobblestone area of 1,300 meters. And you can see again the riders looking really to go into that edge, trying not to ride on the cobblestones, but on the side way of it. Of course, it's a lot easier, but and all the names of this group, I'm sorry, but we have to get a helicopter image of that to be sure who is in this chasing group, which are only a couple of maybe 5-6 seconds from the leading group of 3 guys. Just ahead of the race with the 3 guys still there, and there's that chasing group, and that will be close to, they will soon be joining them. They will have some seconds onto the following group. Finally, we have a helicopter shot that can show us where this chasing group will melt together with those leads. If they go together, it will be close to between 16 and 20 guys in that lead group. My Dutch colleagues, starting from 2:30 here, you can also watch it on the Belgian national broadcaster. And of course, I thank my Dutch colleagues for giving me a lot of information about that harbor. Danny, who knows everything, really what's there to know about the harbor of Antwerp. They did a great, superb job, and now within a couple of minutes, the real professionals will take over on the Belgian broadcaster. I will stay with you until the end of the race. It's Timo Kilic again, the man who we saw who had a flat tire behind one of these cars, these team cars. And we have different commentators now from the national broadcaster in Belgium, if you want to watch through that. And those guys came together. It's Quinten Hermans and both of the Vermeers riders. It's Vermeers, Gees, Hermans, De Pestel, Thomas Bonnet, Dries van Gestel and Dujardin, Mes Anderson, and Kane Richards. That's that Kane that we were talking about. Got people shouting out for him from King Kane. There we have the graphics. There's 14 in total of them. Gianni Vermeers, Samuel Gees, Quinten Hermans, then Bonnet, Dujardin, Van Gestel, Florian Vermeers, James Fouché, and then Scott, Richards, Anderson and Muff. This is that group of 14 people that are taking the lead into this Antwerp Port Epic race with more or less 70 kilometers to go. So we're back in the Rijgersbos here. And this is the Danish guy Anderson, which is still on a little bit of a lead in front of those other guys. Just a couple of seconds. This guy was in the lead for a very, very long time, together with a group of 4. Then went down to 3 people. And now we'll get back in that pack of 14. And that's the second part of that first peloton that we had. And of course there's a lot of riders behind them, and the gap between that peloton, they will come back together. They're only behind also a couple of seconds, and we will have a regroup of that first part of that peloton. And that's a rider who's breaking away. I can't see if it's Gianni or Florian Vermeers, Van Gestel. That's the guys who are breaking away. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back after that short break to give you more information. Keep sending us info onto our live stream. And we'll be right back with you.
Komt eraan. De ambities naar de Ronde van Maanden toe moeten blijven. Ja, dat staat er ook wel een ambitie dus. Dat vind ik ook mooi. Martijn Bulling. Martijn. Nicolas Witkowski. Corey Davis. Dat is ook niet ons en zo van de prestatie. Wat zijn het? Dit is wat ik heel graag doe. En zo goed. Zie jij het wedstrijd verloop, zie je een snelle tussen George Jackson, Bailey O'Donnell. Euskaltel, Euskadi. Hoe zit het, man? Alles in orde met u?
Ja, het is goed weer. Dus,
Hoe verwacht jij het verloop op de wedstrijd vandaag? De jongens van het team Vlaanders en Palmazen. En dan vragen we meteen aan Arno. Ja, 25 kilometer kasseinstroken, 32 kilometer. Oké, de rest is al aan het team Vlaanders Palmazen. Van het team Video Wallerliefde. Mannen die de Giro aan het werk zijn en dan met de roze lijntraining. Het zijn de jongens die er nu. Ja, Gianni, je was hier al in China in deze Antwerp Olympic, dus dat de wedstrijd al gezien.
Die finale kunnen rennen en die...
Dit jaar zijn 45ste verjaardag. En ja, het is nu al 45 jaar, sinds 78, om precies te zijn dat Toto elk jaar nieuwe miljonairs creëert. Het was de goede oude tijd van de jaren 70. We hebben Jelle Antwerp, we hebben twee Kizo.
Dus ik ben content met waar ik voor dat ik sta. Hopelijk best content als we naar het derde dus ik kan het
Dat was de laatste ploeg die onder het podium de bal met de 45. Natuurlijk ook de finale van de finale tussen de die de startdag gaat hanteren van deze Antwerp Olympic 2023. En go! Veel succes mannen, veel chance, good luck guys in the race today.
Yep, and you're not. You're still at the same race, the Port Antwerp Epic 2023, and because the national broadcaster is taking over here, our transmission, we're getting highlights from the start of the race in Antwerp. This is the Yacht Harbour in the center of Antwerp, and the tunnel that we go through to go to the other side of the Schelde. There's the race director Nico Matan in the car of Ben Siemens, which is the organizer of this beautiful race in Antwerp. And this is pre-recorded, as you can see. So everybody has a chance to catch up on this race. And And immediately this was where we saw our 4 leaders breaking off. Just where the first guy goes down. Somebody from the Lotto Destiny team. Luckily he can get up again and join the race as it was. Our 4 leaders that broke away for almost 100 kilometers. And right on time, my engineer gets me a charger for the phone so we can get information. Of course, the beautiful harbour of Antwerp with the windmills from Vlemo, what you see. One of the big sponsors of this event. You can see the map of the Antwerp Port Epic to start at the Bonaparte. These are all the cobblestone parts. There's lots of them. This is how the race is going. And then at the end we will go to, at the end of that 3rd lap around, we will go to the Ekerse Putte, what you see there, and then up, from there up until the finish in the center of Antwerp. Total distance of 182 kilometers, and if we join the race, we will have about, I'm guessing we will have about 50 left. We will find out soon. We're back to live images, where we still have Sørensen on the lead. So one of the original 4 leaders that broke away for from the very first beginning of the race. He's still a couple of seconds ahead of the race, ahead of a peloton of about 35 to 40 riders maximum. Going to trying to stay ahead of that pack. That's Frederick Muff, who's actually in the lead. I thought it was Sørensen. Sorry for that. Sørensen was the other Danish rider that was that broke off in that group of 4, the initial group of 4 that broke away. And then you can see the chasers, and it's starting to break up everywhere. Although there's not that much wind on the track as for now, as we are also we're broadcasting live from our satellite truck at the VIP room, and there's a lot of people doing this race on their own, riding it with their own bike, or part of it. The part from here to Antwerp is a really nice drive. So as you can see, there's about 59 kilometers left, and everything is really possible in this race. And we can say that the guys from Alpes in the Koning really controlled the race in the back. And we were waiting for the team of Lotto Destiny, and again they're not really doing what we're expecting them to do. Like I said, the race really has to start. Don't think that that we had 130 kilometers already done in this race, that it's that we're in the final position. We're actually getting more and more into a final group, and of course the winner will come out of that group, but there's still a lot of possibilities for a lot of difficult riders, different riders to win this race. And Alpes in the Koning has been controlling that peloton group for a long time. So there's a group of 14. You can see Dries van Gestel there. That's the G2 Chaser group. A couple of riders from the Alpecin group there together. They're talking about the strategy that they will handle. Lotto Destiny with a rider, again an Alpecin rider there. So they're really well in this group. Who is behind this? This is, yeah, this is what we saw before. A lot of discussion that this rider was behind the car for a very long time, and that the jury actually didn't say anything about that. But let's concentrate on the race. And Muff has been going on and off from this. It's been in the breakaway for a very long time. And let's see if this... you can see that it's really breaking up. That peloton of about 35 riders broke up. So we have 33 kilometers of unpaved and 24 kilometers of cobblestones in this race. That's why they call it the Belgian Strade Bianchi, which I don't think is fair to call it that way. I think we should really call it the Antwerp Port Epic. It's a race on its own. It's not just a small spin-off of the Italian race. You will see this race will get to a higher qualification of the UCI years to come. There's the organization has been working very, very hard on it, and a lot of the pro UCI cycling teams are interested in coming here and riding here. Probably one of the Jumbo-Visma team is not here today, but of course there's still there's still the Giro going on. There's many other races going on, and some of the teams, they have to make choices where they're going to and where they're not going to. But I can promise you this race is going to be very, very important in the future. Flat tire again for Samuel Gase, and then the question is, where is that car to help him out? So that car is could be behind, because there's a lot of riders behind, so it could take a little while before they get back, before they can help him get a rear tire into his bicycle. Yeah, Dries de Bont said, let's go guys, let's not wait, let's keep going. We want to break away with this group, we don't want everybody to come back. So again, you can see it, he's asking like, come on, let's go. Let's get this race going and not wait for a lot of guys. Maybe if they do it this way, they can get away from a lot of people and go with a group like 10, 14 riders and get it all the way to the finish. So the women's race was won by Marta Truyen in a sprint. As said, we had a female race also for the very first time here in the Antwerp Port Epic. And they arrived already quite some time ago, but it was a very interesting race for the women. So there was a lot of dust. The girls that came in, they were really, really, really dusty from all these roads, and I'm sure these guys will also be. De Bont with Dries van Gestel, and Florian Vermeers, who's the only guy from the Lotto Destiny team. He's the winner of last year, by the way, of this race. So he's the only guy there from Lotto Destiny, so he has no support whatsoever at this time. which is strange. For Lotto Destiny has been trying to get back into the race. He's looking behind. There's still nobody coming. So, and Gianni Vermeers, who also, you see, he was second last year. He won the race 3 years ago. Jens Reinders, yeah, Jens Reinders. He's again, he has a problem with his bike. It's the second or the third time. He's going to take another bicycle all ahead to stay with that group. And of course, let's not forget big names like Mathieu van der Poel won here last year. Also Alpecin de Koning, of course. And you know, you can have bad luck in this race. Flat tires, like Gianni Vermeers in the first 20 kilometers. He had a problem and then got it back together, and now again it's about 14 kilometers. It's 14 riders, and they want to get away. And there's not really a lot of danger for the moment. Coming from behind is like, it's like coming and going all the time. And this is Ryan Christensen from Bolton Equities. He's trying to get away from that second group and trying to go to the first group. So they're going from the second to the first group. There you see the second group in the background, the bottom of your screen. That first group with 14 riders, of course they want to break away. If you can break away here and you can break away for some minutes, then the winner of the Antwerp World Epic Race could be in that first group of 14. Let's look if we have some more information of people. Again, people watching all the way from Australia, from Holland, the USA, Germany, and we're building up on our live stream, which is offered by the organizations, by Flanders Epic Races themselves. Started out with about 100 people. Now we're close to 1,000. So thank you very much for tuning in into our channel and watching our race. You can see all of the Flanders Epic Races that we organize on this channel, which is at least 4 of them, and we have lots of plans of giving you more races onto this platform. So stay tuned, and we'll keep you posted if we have something going on. So let's see what my audience is thinking. You can write something on our live stream, who you think will be the winner or who is the favorite of this race, and then let's see if you're right at the end. This is Jens Reinders, who had problems with his bike, and he's still not very happy with it. He was trying to get to that first group, and he's being cut up by that second group again. He wanted to go to the first one, but the little jump was just too far for him. Going to the zone Freeland again for the second time, and this will take us around the last 50 kilometers of our race. And we're going from an unpaved to a cobbled zone. I can hear my Dutch commentary colleagues talking about, yeah, one is following the other one. Here we go again with another attack. It's Dries de Bont. He was one of our commentary guys, or co-commentary guys, a couple of years ago in another race when he was injured. He's trying to get away with Florian Vermeers and Sander de Pessel, who is in third position. Florian and Gianni Vermeers, Van Asbroek, Could be Hermans too. Yeah. No, it's Gianni Vermeers. It's those 6 riders that are trying to take a couple of seconds. And it's breaking up all over again. Like I said, the race still has to break open. And these 6 guys, they're very dangerous. The winner of the race could be in this pack. We have Robelust, who says that Joran Blum has a big chance. We'll have to hear from you. So guys that came out of the cyclocross, of course they are more familiar on these roads than the normal guys that never were on the cyclocross tours. You can go a little bit faster into the turns because you know a little bit more how to handle the roads than normal riders that only ride on normal roads. And again, this is a race which will offer you a wide range of different undergrounds, going from cobblestones to unpaved to normal road. So you really have to be on top. Laurence Petit, Nicolas Peterson is also there, and then Peterson is also there. So it's the Danish team is really doing well. They only have Danish riders in their team, and they're doing well. They were on the escape with the 4 original riders, and there's one more of them. We're not sure who it is. Could it be Muff again, who's trying to connect? There you see some signs about the fort of Stabroek. And there's Gianni Vermeers. He says, "Look, if you want, you can go with me. We'll break open this race." As they do this tour a couple of times, they're getting familiar with the roads and the turns and what to expect. So they're calculating in a little bit more of danger which they can take because they're familiar with the roads. They are doing these roads 4 or 5 times, so they get familiar with the turns and how to handle it. And of course, there's a big difference in some of the riders. Some of the riders are more experienced than the others. And you always have to be very careful when, like here, going into a turn, You see how they slow down really, really hard. And then trying to get up again. Dries van Gestel very, very good on these roads. Knows it very well. This is the Bond on the lead. Alpecin has a lot of riders here. 3 or 4 of them. And they just have to be very careful how they handle this and have really good communication between them. But they can control the race with 4 riders. They will try to keep poking and keep making gaps. Now it's Quinten Hermans who's taking the lead and is trying to push hard with Florian Vermeers behind him. Looking back on what's happening. And they're trying to see who is in the right position to make the right decision here. Still about an hour of cycling to go here at the Antwerp Port Epic 2023. So the communication in that Alpecin team is very important to see what they are doing. They have 4 guys in that lead group. There is another rider from another team from Tour de Titemaars came into that group. From the rear, so it's they're watching each other over and over again over their shoulders. Who is doing what? Who's making some speed and there's somebody going for it. You can see it's on and off in this group. Now it's Kielig again, the man who already had a little bit of bad luck earlier in the race. And we're exactly 45 kilometers from the end of the race. And shout out, guys, whoever is watching the live stream, thank you very much for staying with us, watching the race on our platform. Please write your comments onto our live stream. You can do that. And let's see if you can put the winner in there. In about an hour's time, we'll find out if you were right. Johnny Vermeers, who was a little bit in the back. Maybe not that smart in this stage of the race. So the pack is back together again, and they're back in that Ragers Bos. We will go to the this is the end of that pack. They're still going in it. Oh, that is close to that traffic sign. And we'll go to the Oude Papenstraat. It's not the cobblestones we have here are not the ones like you have in in Paris-Roubaix, because there you know, here on the side, at the sides of the cobblestones, there's always like a little track or a little path where you can still ride on, which is impossible in the Paris-Roubaix stages. But still, those cobblestones, they're pretty bad to ride on, even with a car, I can tell you. So Nizolo is also still there. He's got like a black and white zebra helmet. Nizolo, that's how you can spot him. He won the Trobe de Torillon. So Nizolo. There's a lot of riders here that have the possibility to win this race, and it was Muff. So it's Reinders, Dupont, and Muff in the chasing group. About half a minute they're behind that lead group. To get back to that lead group, that's not going to be very easy, unless of course they hold up, like we just saw. And Alpecin de Koning, who has a lot of riders here, they have every possibility to break open this group. It's Quinten Hermans now taking the lead again for that team. They should be able to make a break. Dujardin is the smaller guy you see there from the Total Energy team. And you could see the windmill going, although there's not a lot of wind, but, you know, just enough. Once they go into the part very close to Holland, the wind's a little bit more. There's another attack, of course, from somebody. From Alpecin de Koning. It will be one after the other. It's Dries de Bont, which is trying to get away. You can get a little bit ahead of the group, but so now it's a waiting game. It cannot be Florian Vermeers from the Lotto Destiny team who closes the gap all the time. And of course, there's those G2 chases are closing in very fast. And you have the Danish guys there again with a couple of riders together, and the guys from Alpecin de Koning. There was a reaction from it's Reinders there in yellow, who will close, and then behind that we will see it. We'll have some other riders that were trying to get to them. Sander de Pestel, who is one of them. And here, you know, people will they will stop. You know, of course, from Alpecin de Koning, those guys are really controlling the race very well now. Stopping, you know, and Dujardin is going now. Sonny Dujardin, who's and immediately one or two riders from Alpecin de Koning trying to stop it, not ride too hard, and then braking again because they have, of course, they have a guy in the lead now. They don't want to change their own teammate. These are the two leaders. It's Dries de Bont and Sander de Pestel. And we got 40 kilometers to go. Sander de Pestel, who's not that far away from here. He's from a city of Sint-Niklaas. 25 years old. And here is, this is this following group. It's Van Asbroek, and behind him is Kielig from Alpecin-de-Koning. And will there be another attack once they hit an unpaved section or a cobble road section again? Let's wait and see. But the race is actually fully breaking up completely. And you have this group. I'm sure the winner of this race will come out of this group that we're seeing with the lead and with this chasing group. So they will have to organize something, and they cannot wait too long. While Gianni Vermeers is signaling to the team car, but he's not right behind him. They already started. This A zone A12. And with two of them, it's not too bad, but I can tell you if you're chasing with a bigger group, the dust is so much. So the reaction could be from if you get away on this part. This is a very important part of the racetrack. It's got a lot of unpaved section, and there's another almost 2.5 kilometers coming right up. And Florian Vermeers was there, I think, in 7th position coming out of that corner. This is the Zone de Leeuw, the Lion, 2.4 kilometers. And this is Thomas Bonnet trying to get to those two leaders. The Pestel and the Bond are still in the lead, and this is Thomas Bonnet, who only has 12 seconds behind them and trying to catch up with him. And maybe the three of them can go. This is that section of the line, and even our transmission has a lot of suffering to do. Could be Timothy Dupont who's on that on the lead of that chasing group. And I think that the guys of Alpecin-de-Koning are doing a very good job holding off on that group. And that Thomas Bonnet is really closing hard on those two leaders. So it's Dupont leading it with Kielig right behind him. And there's still a little bit of time to react and to plan some strategies, but don't wait too long, guys. If you wait too long, then they're gone. There's three of them now: Dries de Bond, Sander de Pestel, and Thomas Bonnet. the Bond, of course, who can ride really well on these circumstances. He's a very strong rider. And this is that chase group. They got to keep the pressure up onto the lead group. Of course, they are a little bit imprisoned because Alpecin de Koning still has 3 riders back there, and as you can see, they're really holding back. Killick is really, he's like almost not riding anymore. So see, shoulder to shoulder. This is the replay of Killick. And almost, yep, he didn't let him pass. And then there will be a shoulder contact. There he goes. Hopefully the jury will not be too hard, but this could be punished by the jury, but then they don't have to wait too long for it. It's not such a big deal. This is where you play the song "Another One Bites the Dust." Lotto Destiny, and you see Florian Vermeers coming. And this is where they will go. Florian Vermeers, who's trying to make the difference now. And of course, the Lotto Alpecin guys need to step up. We're back on that stroke of Caballao, 1.5 kilometers. And the chasers that really have to clamp on right now, give them as less time as possible. And Quinten Hermans, who gets the wheel back, and then Dries van Gestel, who's behind that, and then Gianni Vermeers and Dujardin behind that. They're trying to break up that group. Sukovsky, the Canadian rider. It's on the back of that. This is Vermeers and Hermans. He knows that he cannot shake him right now. And Vermeers knows that he needs to get to that lead group to make a chance on the win of this race, even if he has to bring a teammate of the leaders with him, but he will do it. And of course, you know, there's a lot of dust because of the cars and the cars and the motorcycles, and of course the teams themselves riding over those dusty roads. It's been dry the last couple of days here in and around Antwerp with nice temperatures. So the roads are really, really dry and dusty, as you can see. You see in the back that that is Johnny Vermeers trying to jump ahead and trying to catch these two guys. These are our leaders again. It's the Bond, the Pestel and Bonnet. They have about 10 seconds. And you can see the Bond communicating with the rear of the pack and with the car, saying like, guys, what are we doing? What do you want me to do? You want me to look at those arms and those dust? And we can see Johnny Vermeers. There he is. And he's gonna try to close that gap. And then if they can go ahead and join up with the leaders, it means that Alpes in de Koning will have 3 riders. So it's Killig. It's not Johnny Vermeers. It's Killig that went up, and of course Johnny Vermeers here trying to block. It's a shame that that he didn't jump or try to jump to the group that is just in front of him. So you have the 3 leaders. And normally the Bond will not really ride fast anymore because he knows that there's 2 teammates on the way. But you're also bringing Vermeers. So it's Killig, Hermans and Vermeers here in the chase. Killig came in 3rd place in the Tour de Wallonie. Flat tire for Giacomo Nizzolo. So he's gonna have to. He had a flat tire. Taking some food. I can hear from the race director that our 3rd motorcycle didn't had some technical issues. That's why we didn't see a lot of the stuff that was happening behind the peloton and with the cars, and a lot of guys that had flat tires had to change bikes. And these guys are back to 20. The lead is back to 23 seconds. And Florian is like, yeah, should I give it another go to try to get to them or not? And of course, Alpes in de Koning, they have 2 guys with that. But you never know with the Bond. He's the Bond is a rider who can. He's very hard to predict, but he can surely finish this race. if needed. So here you see what 22 seconds of difference is. So now the other guys of Alps in the Koning team, they're also riding 51 kilometers an hour, as you can see. So the two of them together with Florian Vermeers, which you see right there, if they keep riding like that, they should be able to shorten the gap between our leaders. And then of course you could actually go to the end stage of our race with 6 guys, reminding that there's 3 riders of the same team. And then you should be able to make the judgment, like in a group of 6, if there's 3 riders from one team, you should be able to get the win. But let's see. The roads in and around Antwerp are treacherous. And we don't know where Nizzolo is. So let's see what's going on. We're back in the city of Barendrecht, and we're getting more and more into the final of this race. Back in the other Papenstraat. And they can see them just in front of them. And you can see them. And then we're going back to the Opstalpolder. And right behind that is a big stroke of unpaved road. So. So the other guys are right behind them, and this is at the back of that small peloton. And more we're getting into the final positions of this race. You can see they're just in front of them, but it's still about 10 seconds behind. These are the chasers with Florian Vermeers and the 2 Alps in the Koning guys. So they're getting closer and closer. Now we're going back to that, this is the zone of the Opstalpolder. And you have Bonnet who's looking around him, and he says he's thinking it's only, he is French, but he's thinking Les Bleus are coming. Yes, they're on your tail, mate. They're coming, they're coming. It's been like this the whole day. Alpes in the Koning has been controlling the race from behind for a very long time. And at the moment that they need to be there, they're exactly where they need to be. And let me thank our sponsors who made it possible that we're giving this broadcast to you. It's Flanders Epic Races that is hiring us to bring these images to you onto the live stream. and make sure you stay ahead. So it's the Bond, Hermans, Kilic, the Pestel, Bonnet, and Vermeers. A group of 6 and 3 riders of the same team. What would be your orders if you're controlling the Alpecin team? What would you control? What would you say to your riders? What would be the tactics to finish this race? Not only finish it, but also win it. Now, this is that group. Chasers. They're not far away. This group is not far away. If they would work together, of course, Alpecin de Koning still has somebody else in this group. And they have Reinders, Nizolo, and Van Asbroek from the same team also. And they're about 10 seconds behind, 10, 15 seconds behind this other group. So there's still a lot of possibilities coming. But it's clear that they will have to make a move very soon and not wait. So the big question is tactical. What would you do? We're getting some reactions from the team of Tour de Titema. Says up, Joran. Thank you guys for your reactions and thank you for watching the live stream. I would like to read your tacticals. How would you handle this with three riders of the same team in the front? Surely there must be a way. If you've got 3 guys in the lead, that you'll try to attack and win the race. We have the Bond here in the back. Is he gone through? Is he through all his juice and power, or is it just? Is he just holding back a little bit? Because everything is still in one image, so it's very close together, but really closer than those 20 seconds. They are not coming. If the lead group, they have to keep riding, of course, to stay ahead. But they have that group of 3 riders with Nizolo chasing them. Sikorsky, who turned back into that group. So that's it. This is what's left of the big pile that started this morning on this Antwerp Port Epic. And let's see what happens in these last 24 kilometers. If you need to get a drink, you need to go to the bathroom, I suggest you do it now, because this is going to break very, very soon, and you don't want to miss the best part of the race. That big blue tent that you saw there on your left, this is where we are. This is the VIP section. This is where the organizers invited a couple of thousand of people to come and have an eat and drink party and watch the race, because this is where they pass 4 or 5 times. They pass. And that's where we are, exactly at the end of that blue tent. You will see our very nice satellite truck. That's the big screen, and there's a white truck, and just after that, that's where we are, bringing you, broadcasting you these pictures straight into Australia, and they're very grateful to it all around the world. We got some information from the team of Tour de Titema. Play the waiting game and then surprise them in the sprint. That's what I would do. Exactly the same thing. Well, good luck to all the teams and all your fans. At the end of this road, they will go to the left, back into Starbrook. Back out of that couple part zone, trying to get some drinks and refreshments, and of course with all that dust you become very thirsty. Was the time that we saw the team of Quickstep against Stannard. Was three of them, with Tom Boner was there a long time ago. Was Stein van den Berg and Tom Bonen. Those were races again. Those races were epic, and that's exactly where we are now at the Antwerp Port Epic. We're coming into the almost final stretch of the race with less than 22 kilometers to go, and we will see that what the tactics from Albers in de Koning will be. What would be the team orders? And Michiel is saying, come on, Tour de Tidemar. They're reacting on to our live stream. Please do so, and we'll keep you informed in the other races that we will be broadcasting from our Flanders Epic Races.com. This is the Pito Starbrook. It's an agricultural school, of course, in this area. This is where you learn how to be a farmer. Everything that goes on onto a farm, how to drive a tractor, and so on. It's a specialized school in this area, really popular, as you can imagine. And this is that chasing group, and all the guys that went away very early in the race are still there. There's Muff, there's Anderson, three of the Danish guys are there together, also in that chasing group. The point is there still a lot of juice left in that tank? Of course, 20 kilometers is still quite a way to go. They're not home yet. There's a lot of possibilities here in this race. Getting away the last 20 kilometers is pretty hard. Putting in 20 kilometers on your own is like with those guys behind. And this is that second group where you have, of course, Dujardin, Gianni Vermeers, Niselo, Reinders, Van Nasbroek, Sukowski, Richard, and Bloom. And then those three Danish guys, Anderson, Muff, and Pedersen. Two of them were already in that very early breakaway. The thing is, in this group, do you want to have Niselo turn back and get back into your lead group? Because they also have three guys from their team, and Albers in de Koning will have four guys again. But this is the Botersterweg again, 1.5 kilometers of unpaved road. And let's see what Alpes in the Koning does. Bonnet is keeping in that pack. He's not risking anything for the moment. That's the chasing group. They're getting closer slowly by slowly. More like an Execo. It's very hard. They're not really coming closer. You can see the mouth wide open, trying to get some air, trying to get some air. His job is actually to bring that group back, and then to bring his lead man Nizzolo. Can he bring him back to this leading team? And I see our guys that are watching the live stream. They still have a lot of faith in that Tour de Titema in Joren. They're only 21 seconds, so you could be right, guys. They're on the move. They're really getting closer to him. A lot of fans of that, and thank you for that. We crossed the milestone of 1,000 people that are watching, which is really great. Thank you so much for that. It makes it worthwhile trying to give commentary on something you've never done before, and this for almost 4 hours or more. I'm enjoying it, every second of it. Now let's see where that group is. And that breaks up again. There's a couple of riders that are not in that group again. It's the guys from Israel Premier Tech still on the lead of that group. With Nizzolo. And Kiddig is taking the lead, and he's trying to put some gas in that. You can see that he's asking for Bonnet to take over. He says, "No, I'm not coming." It's not what he wanted. The first goal is to stay ahead with the 6 of them, and then go to the finish line. But of course, that chasing group is really, really close. So the first objective is to stay ahead and make sure that they're not gonna come back. We're black on the Blockweg, another unpaved section. These are the chases we will be able to see. Yeah. That's. I don't think it's 22 seconds. I think it's more like 17 that they're behind. But it looks like they're getting closer a little bit. That's not 29 seconds, I think, but I think it's a little bit faster than that. So the chasing group is really getting closer. Of course, it's still 16.6 kilometers, but if they go together to the end of the race with this big group, I think it's around 14, 15 seconds, not 23, so... Kane Richards in the back here. He's done a lot of work. So it's not 26 seconds, guys. It's more or less like 14, which is a big difference. They still see them in front of them. Look at the dirt on their jerseys from all of the dust that blows up. Of course, you have the cars and the. No wonder they like to have a drink. Free beer for everyone. Watching when Joran wins. Okay, that's good. You know where to find me. Maybe Joran has a flat tire. They ask me. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, that motorcycle has to go. He's too close with the group, and there's only 15 kilometers left. And it's 15 seconds that they are right now. So they keep going. It's still a battle that's going on for. If they're not doing the right thing, they are doing very well. They are racing. Everybody knows we have a job to do if we want to take it to the finish. Then we need to stick together. We need to make it happen. Communication between Kielig and Quinten Hermans. Talking, looking at each other. What are we doing? Vermeer still in that pack. If they keep riding like this for another five kilometers, then it will be extremely different for the chasing group to get back. It's almost like a now or never for the chasing group to push the pedal to the metal and get back. If those fans of Joran, if you want to see him in the front, they really have to get going, guys. There's not much time left. You can see them in the back. Still around 15 seconds. We have the my Dutch colleagues making a lot of jokes. So it's Vermeers, Pichi, Dujardin, Van Gesselen, Nizolo, Reinders, Van Asbroek, Sukowski, Anderson and Pedersen. Those are the chasers. And they're going. We're in the city of Akron right now. You see the church there. And then if you look ahead on top of the picture, that's where the city of Antwerp is. We're on the way to the finish. Beenhouwerstraat, only like 300 meters of cobblestones. Thank you, guys. And Joran is not anymore in the second group. We think he had a flat tire. Sorry to hear that, guys. There's a lot of flat tires that have been in this race, change of bikes, and we seem to have lost our third motorcycle camera for a while, so we missed quite a bit in the back. But this is where the race is on. This is the head of the race, with only 12.4 kilometers in the city of Akron. We will go over the bridge back into the harbor of Antwerp. We will go around the Akersepute, a great place to dive, by the way. It's a place where you can learn how to dive. And again, beautiful race day for the port of Antwerp. The weather is really nice. It's not too warm. The sun is out. A lot of people watching the race. This is where we cross the highway back into the side of the harbor. They just need to keep going. And if they keep going this way, then they're very good. Then they're on the way. To the end of the race. And that's where they go back into the...
Voilà, de verrassing is in de wereld nog niet hoor.
15 seconds. It's still 15 seconds till the chase group.
Ja.
So everybody's they're not giving it all 100% because they know that like they're going to the finish line like this, they need some juice left to pull into the sprints. So they're controlling the race. But this is no time to slow down. They're looking back. But if you have to do another 10 clicks all by yourself, that's not really, it's very difficult. So now it's up to the Alpecin team, who has three riders there in that front group. The team has to make a decision. They got three guys. They could make the difference. If you need a tactical plan, this is the last unpaved piece. This is the Akersepute. This is what I told you. It's like a lake. Beautiful place to spend when it's summer. When I was very young, you were allowed to swim there. I'm not sure if that's allowed. I learned to dive there. Thank you so much, guys, for that. Very nice place. Very close to the Antwerp harbor, just on the other side. And now, what is the tactics now to... Yeah, Vermeers has seen that. He's not going to be drawn into the plan to leave a gap. The bunch here in the rear of that chase of that leading group. Once they get off that unpaved so now they have some a short distance of cobblestones again around that lake of Akersepute. Akron is just outside of Antwerp. Oh, Gianni Vermeers has a flat tire. So hopefully this guy can help him. he's not going to be able to get back. It takes a long time before that wheel is out. But there is somebody, he's very lucky that there was somebody there. That's the third time he has a flat tire at a very unfortunate moment. He has, of course, he has some teammates in the front. That's really... And so we're back to the head of the race. Of course, Gianni Vermeers was in that chasing group. This is exactly the place where last year Thibaut Nys and Gianni Vermeers took on the right. And there's the Bond, exactly like we said, coming out of that last unpaved stretch. And on the road, there he is. And of course now those two boys of Alpecin, they're not gonna help ride. It's still 8 kilometers, but at least there was a plan. The plan was to let him come out of the background. That's exactly what he did. And let's see what's going on with the what the reaction is from the back. The Pestel is riding up, and he's bringing him back. He is bringing him back to Dries de Bond. So this is very good. That was a chasing group. Alpecin de Koning really did it very well as we're getting closer and closer to the city of Antwerp. These guys are thinking out now, thinking out loud. Could I be second or third in this race? It could be maybe 1, 2, and 3 for Alpecin de Koning if they play it well. But still 6.7 kilometers to go. There's a lot of things that can happen. If all goes well, you're looking at the winner of the Port of Antwerp Epic Race 2023. He's getting a little bit more seconds. He's up to 12 seconds now. And Cedric, thank you so much for your comment. We're also sad that Joran is not more in the second group. And we will get that information to you. And there's almost 1,200 people watching our race now onto our platform, while it's being broadcasted, of course, by the national broadcaster of Sportza. And we are providing you the race with what we're trying to make some English commentary. .7 kilometers, and the chase is on. The Pestel Bonnet, and then his teammate Quinten Hermans, who goes between them. This is one of the main roads that leads into the port of Antwerp. And it's Dries de Bond still at the lead, and 5 kilometers to go. That's where we see the sign of the 5 kilometers and the chasers. And there goes Florian Vermeers. And of course it's Killig again who's trying to slow him down, go back into that chase. He's not going to take the lead because his man is up front. De Bond had a very, very big accident a long time ago. He had a big fall in France, many, many problems. He was brought back to Belgium, had a big revalidation, and he's been trying to get back really to top of his game. And Dries, you're doing it, my man, you're doing it. This is what he's been working for so long. These are the many years. But he's suffering. He's suffering. You can see the salt on his jersey. And he has another 4 kilometers to go. You can see him riding just in front of the pack. The teammates of his teammates are really, really controlling the chase very, very well. They're not riding, they're trying to block. They're really, really doing a great job. Dries can really thank his teammates for doing such a great job here at in the chasing group. They're really rolling out the red carpet for him and making sure that he's gonna get home, and hopefully the winner of this race. It would be such an emotional thing for him after a long period, as he's been trying to come back to be at the top of the game again, and he's going there. It's in his reach to get there. 17, now 14 seconds. And this is where we see the windmills, the wind turbines of Wind voor A. The A, of course, stands for Antwerp, but in the Flemish saying, it actually means wind for you. And this company is offering you to be part of them. You can buy pieces of them as a normal person. You can buy pieces of their company and together provide more green energy for the city of Antwerp. A really fantastic project. One of the main sponsors here of the Antwerp Port Epic. He still needs to keep going. He has a bridge he has to go over to. It's once he's over the bridge, it's a sharp turn to the left, and then it's straight on to the finish line. You see that bridge ahead of them? And if that's right, if it's like 9 seconds he has, let's see, we're putting our timer on. He doesn't have 10 seconds, guys. It's 7 seconds. So it's gonna be really, really, really close. He needs to go. This is the harbour house, which you see, the beautiful harbour house where all of the it's the architect Zaha Hadid who made this architecture, which is fantastic. And you see, they're really, it's not 11 seconds, guys. It could be 5 to 6 seconds. And this is over this bridge, down where the harbour house is. This is where the administration of the Antwerp harbour is completely. That's what I told you, the left-hand turn. Then we go right, straight into the finish, which is about 1 kilometer away. There's one more bridge he has to cross. At the end of this, that's where it is. That's where the end line is. That's where the finish is. So, good job for you, Dries. Really good job. Fantastic teamwork. They won the race with the women. They're about to win the race with the men. And now the question is, who's going to take second and third spot? There he is. Fantastic winner of the Antwerp Port Epic Race 2023. He's almost there. He's almost home. Close the jersey. He won the Memorial van Steenbergen by the same organizers. And he wins the Antwerp Port Epic. Congratulations to you. What a fantastic race. Very, very nice race. And this is a sprint for the second and third place. Will it be 2 and 3? Yes. Yes, it will be 1, 2 and 3 for Alpecin-de-Koning. What an amazing race they did. They controlled it really, really well from the back. So it's 1, 2 and 3 for Alpecin-de-Koning. What a fantastic win they made here. And congratulations are in order. That's the friend of, that's the girlfriend of Dries van Gestel. She says, wow, you're dirty. She works at the center of the Tour of Flanders. And you can be very, very proud, my man. Very, very proud. Dries de Bont, after such a hard comeback, he's back on the top of his game. What a race it was today. It was exactly like we said, coming off that last unpaved part. He was sitting in the back. Look at that face. Of course, he needs a drink. He's almost too tired to drink something. But that's where it happened. He came out of that last unpaved part of the race, went to the lead, and he never gave up. He never gave the lead up. Took it into the winning. And look at those marks on that face and the legs. That's where the buses are of the teams, and the beautiful Havenhuis of Antwerp by the architect of. It's very nice. It used to be an old fire brigade housing. Then they changed it into this beautiful headquarters of the harbor of Antwerp. It was a very tough race for him, but it was a fantastic team effort. How better than this can you make the finish if you take 1, 2, and third place for one team? So they really, really played it well. They also took the win with the women's race. It was a special, it's a team effort for sure. So he will have #1 next year at the Antwerp Port Epic 2024 race. And there he comes. He's in the back. You can see Vermeers looking at him like, should I go with him? Should I not go with him? And it's the hesitation that he had. And he's never coming back. That's the winning fist. And of course, the team effort. Alpecin-de-Koning, who made it 1, 2, and third place. Very, very, very good. It was Killig and Quinten Hermans. Here's that sprint for second and third place. But look at that power that comes off those legs, and you can see it. 2 and 3. Very, very good race of this team. You see, sometimes cycling is all about, especially when you have it in this, cycling is all about tactics. And they played their tactics very, very, very well. This is the end result. Dries de Bond, then Killich, Hermans, Vermeers, Bonnet, De Pestel, Pedersen, Nizolo, Dujardin, and Dries van Gestel to make the top 10 of this race. And you see a place called the Island in Antwerp. It's a very popular place, a lot of new housing being built, lots of nice restaurants, clubs, bars. It's literally the hotspot of the city of Antwerp for the moment. This and also a place called the South, which is on the opposite side, both close to the river and to the docks. Very nice place to live in. And there in the rear you see the red building on your right is the Mass. And of course the beautiful Cathedral of Antwerp, where you can see the amazing pictures of Rubens and many other famous painters. You should really, really come to Antwerp, visit us here, and there's so much to see, so much to do. We have great food, great people, fantastic museums. It's actually one of the finest cities that Belgium has. Of course, there's a lot more than just Antwerp, but hey, I live close to it. I was born in this city, so let me brag about it a little bit. Let's hear what he has to say.
Proficiat met je overwinning. Jullie domineerden met het team de hele wedstrijd en dan worden
So congratulations to you.
Hoe voelt dat?
Het is prachtig. Ik denk inderdaad dat het echt een teamprestatie is.
It's wonderful. I think it's really a team effort.
Ja, ik ben enorm gesteund door die mannen en
I was really supported very well
van ons ploeg altijd.
by my team.
Dat heeft ervoor gezorgd dat ik tot aan de meet raakte alleen, want het schot was eigenlijk af.
And that was the opening that I could make it to the end of the line.
Geprobeerd om de sterkste man in koers was vandaag Florian, denk ik.
Florian was actually the more stronger guy. And I thought, like,
zelf ook heel goed.
let me just try it at the end.
Heeft een crossgeschiedenis en ik niet.
I didn't have that much power over, but I knew I could count on my teammates.
Hoe langer de koers duurde, hoe gemakkelijker dat ging die 10 meter toerijden. En dan dacht ik, ja, gewoon ver kom vandaag.
And the other guys have a lot of cyclocross experience.
De mannen hun verdiensten geweest dat ze
I didn't have that.
Florian het gat hebben laten toerijden.
So it's really up to my teammates that did it once we were with 6.
Want ik heb het geprobeerd om Florian zo moeilijk mogelijk te maken vooraan.
I tried to make it as hard as possible for Florian
te laten duren om ze te laten terugkomen.
and not to let them come back from the background.
Ik heb geprobeerd om met een goede pijl. Ja, zo nog een keer
And I took one shot. I thought, this is it. I have one more arrow left to shoot. That's what I did, and I thought, well, if they catch me, they catch me. If not, at least I tried it. And it was the right decision. Of course, without my teammates, I would never made it to the finish line all by myself.
Je overwinning sinds de Giro voelt geweldig goed, denk ik. Ik zie het aan jou dat je er echt van geniet.
Ja.
You're really enjoying this victory?
Ik ben eigenlijk al een heel jaar naar mijn eigen gevoel toch op een heel goed niveau.
I'm actually the last year I'm doing well.
Meemaakt in het voorjaar, terwijl ik echt goede benen had. Zo net de koerssituatie die een beetje de
But I just had the race experience last year. It was okay, but it was not just good enough. Not what I thought I could be.
Ik zie dat dan gebeuren en ik weet dan goed wat ik moet doen.
And I saw the opportunity.
Ze waren van het jaar nog niet perfect gevallen, de kaarten, tot op vandaag.
My cards didn't play out well the way I wanted to, and then today it was.
At the 5K when you went away?
I think these last 5K, I think they were the hardest of my career. Really, I was struggling I was even like, I was talking to myself in the last 5K, like, you cannot quit because the guys in front, in the back, they need to keep pushing because then if they catch you back, you give them the victory. So I was actually pushing not only for myself, but also for the guys in the back. And also Christoph was yelling in my ear like, don't give up. And that was the only thing that kept me straight because I was really giving in at a certain moment and I was seeing to my computer the watts dropping and dropping. I said, and then the last turn at 3K to go was backwind and saved my life. Because if it was headwind until the finish, I wouldn't have made it, I think.
Congrats with your win. Thanks.
Thank you.
These are the highlights of the day. Very early breakaway. You can see the this is the first fall of Lotto Destiny. It actually broke up their team a little bit, and then they had to chase from the background. Then we had a lead group of 14 riders. And it was Dries van Gestel who broke up the race by trying to sprint away. He got company from 2 other riders. One of them was Bonnet. The 3 of them went all by themselves. It became a group of 6. And look, this is where they see it. And look at that jump where he goes. And this was the right jump to do, which takes Dries van Gestel all the way to the finish line. Fist in the air, Alpes in de Koning, that's who did it. Of course, it's Dries de Bond, not Van Gestel. Van Gestel came in at 10th place. It's de Bond that wins the race. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4 Alpes in de Koning with de Bond, Kulik and Hermans. Very well done. So this was the 5th race of the Lotto Cycling Cup. There's a couple more races to come in this Lotto Cycling Cup. There's a lot of races coming up in the coming week. This is where you see the sprint. The congratulations, look at the girlfriend running to him. Dries de Bond, you did very well, my friend. This takes us to the end of our live stream. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I want to thank my friend and technician Tom for the good work that he did. We tried to bring something really special to you on this Flanders-EpicRaces.com platform. We thank you for watching it. Hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
zijn er zo goed als klaar voor de huldiging van onze Antwerpen in het kader van de vijfde man van de Lotto-stand die we naar de beginnen zoals steeds verder toe.
Oké. Vroeger ook. Ja, alleen. Ja. Nee, dus ik op de Peter in zwaaien, zie je. Ik heel de vroeg. Ja, met waarom ben jij dan gevolgd?
Ze zijn klaar voor de huldiging van onze Antwerp Epic. Onze derde plaats is geëindigd. Met uw applaus, Quinten Hermans. Hermans 3, die gaat de bloemen krijgen. Die gaat de bloemen krijgen van Katten. En ook de groene kolom van Wit Veraan, die staat dan al klaar. En Luc Lemmers, de eerste gedeputeerde van de provincie Antwerp, die gaat die prachtig op 2. Overal de weg van Wit voor A voor de nummer 3 van A. In onze Antwerp met uw applaus, Quinten Hermans. Plek 2 is geëindigd. Weer op het toeval van Quinten. Timo Kies. En voor hem zijn we uiteraard ook bloemen. En ook de gedeputeerde Luc Lemmers gaat die trofee-programma van Rick Amersfoort voor Timo Kies. De groene kool aan de hoofdplaats van Rick voor A. Voor nummer 2, die zware trofee, met de applaus, Timo Kies. En dan glans en winnaar van deze Antwerp Politiek. Het overtoon van de afgedeelde Dries de Bond. De trofee gaat ook dan natuurlijk door Peter Wans van de stad Antwerpen, misschien van Sport, die de trofee van Brussel gaat opbrengen, de boekenkomst gaat opbrengen van Nicola. En dan komt er nog bloemen aan en uiteraard ook de Lotto-stand trofee. Die gaat opbrengen door Janja, de CEO van de Nationale Loterij, die de prachtige Lotto-stand trofee gaat overhandigen aan de winnaar van deze zesde editie van de Antwerp Politiek. Dames en heren, Antwerp laat je over voor Dries de Bond. Wat een wedstrijd heeft hij gereden. Onze drie mannen op het podium. Een volledig podium van het Antwerpse de Keuring. Met de derde plaats, Quinten Hermans, twee Timo Kies en winnaar Dries de Bond. Even stappen voorwaarts jongens voor de fotografen. En uiteraard mag er nog een laatste applausje. We hopen dat we nog allemaal wat in beeld krijgen op ons fotoscherm. Maar de bloemen gaan het publiek in. De bloemen zijn daar. Met de laatste applaus voor winnaar Dries de Bond. 2, Timo Kies en 3, Quinten Hermans. En we hebben uiteraard na die huldiging van deze drie mannen van Alpes in de Keuring, hebben we uiteraard nog een huldiging van de meest strijdlustigste in deze wedstrijd. Ja, prachtige beelden zijn het met de glimlachende Dries de Bond, met die prachtige trofee, de groentekorf en allemaal de bijzondere groenten van Wit voor A. De bloemen gaan er ook nog aankomen. En dan, ja, zijn we klaar met de huldiging van onze eerste drie in de uitslag van deze Antwerp Politiek. Wat een wedstrijd met ons voorgeschoten team in Antwerpen. Hier aan het Kattendijk ook, maar onderweg op die tandafdekkers zijn ze op de onderhoud te wegen. Van fantastische wedstrijd door de wegen. En ik denk dat dit wordt totdat de politie daar van het podium komt. Dat onze foto's gaan misschien opgenomen worden. De zware trofee op het trofee. De trofee van Brussel voor de winnaar. De tweede trofee van Antwerp en de derde van Wit aan. De trofee overal de laatste foto's worden. En dan de trofee voor de huldigingbrieven van de winnaar. De meest strijdlustigste. Van de Bendelman van de ondergrond die zijn getrokken. En dat is de man van de Dan is Victoria die ernaast staat. Met die applaus en de zone erbij. Met die applaus voor de meest magnificente Samuel de Westel. Ziezo, dan zijn we meteen bij het einde van onze wedstrijd van de Antwerp.